Oh boy. No. Do I just switch to headphones? Hello. Finally time. More disco. I'm not sure we got that much done yesterday. We just ran around a bit outside. I mean, we did. Honestly, I think we did like everything outside. At least in the areas where we were. Now that I found this other area that we're at now, I think there's gonna be a bit more there, but I guess we'll find out. I really want to play something like Battle Brothers or something. Breaking these open. $4. Some nosaped. I wanted to get up there, but I'm not sure we can. I have to take a little peek around. Tiny cages, carefully constructed.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
Now this is a knife.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
The real Disco Elysium was the what did he call it? I don't know what the word was. Oh yeah, the race enigmas we found along the way.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
The Gary the crypto fascist. If he's a crypto fascist, why would we know that he is that? Like the whole what?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
You don't seem too happy to see the RCM.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about?
Man to man, you shouldn't leave your women unattended in a cafeteria surrounded by communists. Okay. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
I guess you're right. It was really the sign's fault. Anyway, you can go back now.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Alright.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work. For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seemed to be on the run?
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for him.
Okay, bugged. Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in the present case.
What sort of specialized techniques is that? No. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
He shakes his head.
Would be glory itself.
What have you discovered so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said that there had been a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Oh yeah, that.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
Females reproducing without males? A travesty. A crime against passion and common sense. That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
I'll get going. Can't walk here? These heavy militant blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still, they won't light up. Could this be the buoy Blanche told you about? Yes.
The metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That over there must be the boy class you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
He points to the strange-looking object. Pick up the buoy.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut.
Examine the plastic ball.
The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Sniff the buoy.
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop and decay.
Open the buoy.
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn.
Lucky it's still here. A little longer and it would have floated away.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
No documents? Who do you think took them?
I have no idea.
The lieutenant taps his foot, frowning. This is a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Must have been Clanche's enemies, which means she's in danger. Maybe Clanche took them herself. Could this be related to the cryptozoologists and their little expedition?
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
Let the empty buoy be. Okay, we were too slow. I've been doing too much bullshit. I mean, that's entirely plausible. It's also kind of why I don't want to waste time talking about cryptids. The warfare glasses. I want to see if I can ask them about the buoy, though.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer? Yellow
Hello.
man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? I've been trained to identify the slightest hint of degeneracy by the preeminent authority on it.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
His gaze shifts nervously to the pile of soggy logs at his.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Is this your mug? Hold up the yellow man mug.
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said yellow man. That's not something many people go around saying.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Alright, I believe you. You look like the kind of man who knows it's a crime to lie to an officer.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and
Aha!
I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
Nah, Gary, I just want information.
Ooh. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
How did you get into the trash
I
container?
know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Oh shit. Why would you need to get into everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Chimeans run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow and looks up.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
The lieutenant remarks drolly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
Let's move on for now.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Clinking sound, +1, thinking about the armor. Why is he shifting around like that? Analyze Gary's composure. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
He shifts uncomfortably in his clothes.
Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
He's nothing compared to Measure.
I don't know who that is, but all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here.
Do you have a problem with zeolites?
No problem at all.
He flashes an impenetrable smile at the lieutenant. Composure. Thank you for your cooperation. Or do we have some composure clothes? I know we have some, or at least clothes that don't give a minus composure. +1, that's all we can get. Very cool. We do have 2 skill points.
I mean, officers.
Why is he shifting around like that? Analyze Gary's composure.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
Are you currently sporting some anal beads? Are those prayer beads I keep hearing?
I don't pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness. Not for proper Revicolian men such as ourselves.
Oh.
Always a pleasure to... I mean, officers.
28% chance. Why is he shifting like that?
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
This massive musculature? Something worn underneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in a yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
What's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
The lieutenant's tone is icy. Give me that armor, now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Nice.
But so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
His lips start quivering.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you're a tiny tot now.
The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
He says, staring at nothing in particular.
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
He shakes his head.
This is all he knows.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. Thank you for your cooperation. Fair weather T500 Quirus? +1 pain threshold, +1 volition, -1 empathy. Where's my scarf? Police uniform. I want the perception shoes. Else. No, the tank top gives +1, this one gives +0. This is +1, this is +0, but this is visual calculus, and this is a -1 perception. I don't like that. Good enough. We'll save the point.
The dome-shaped plastic boy bobs up.
Next time we level up, I'll unlock a bot slot. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench, covered in rust. The sign says, "Entrée interdite," entry forbidden. An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. People paid money to park here? No one would pay now. We have here.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Look, Kim. Even more bullet holes. Something definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Pussy. Alright, we got some visual calculus somewhere. Or do we already have all of it equipped? I wish there was some kind of like sort function or... See, this is why I really, really hate inventories with... You know, just square folders. If you're gonna do an inventory system like this, it would only be superior to have a list. And you could just show the stats right away. Now it's pain in the ass. The only time you should really do like a WoW type inventory system really is if you're gonna have shitloads, because it's not fun to scroll through a lot of items with a list-based inventory. Like this is a lot of items, but it's not too many items. System like that. Just what it does is it makes it harder to
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall,
get
reaching
oversight.
from one corner to the other.
Why this many bullet holes?
A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Droplets of rain fall on the wooden planks, the surrounding sand dunes. The clouds block out any rays of light. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Collateral damage on the path toward normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Men of duty, dark duty.
Who are they?
In all truth, violence offers no answer. It's only the last available resort when all mediation fails. And here, all did fail.
Look at the person standing on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Him. Who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
No, I don't know. What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolution?
Another likely scenario.
The lieutenant nods.
Or maybe...
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Goodbye.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Okay. Not extremely useful. The door is not only barred shut, inaccessible. Bon Pipo, Pipo. Logic. -1 perception. Funny.
There's no way the perk is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
Can I try to get in? But can I try to get in?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
Thank you. Yeah, let's ignore that. Can't go any further in that direction. Not there either. I think we've explored everything now. I still want to get up here somehow. But I guess maybe you need to finish the shiver for that.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside? Point at the window.
No. I won't even try. You know,
He takes his glasses off.
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Okay.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Just nod. Finish thought. I see the staircase though. What's this? Postcard. Solve the egghead puzzle. You check the boardwalk. That's what's bothering me. I feel like I've been everywhere on the boardwalk. So, like, where am I supposed to check? Like, the mural is the only thing that we can't check. Because we don't have enough shivers. We'll never get enough shivers. Unless I, like, just start hammering points into shivers. We have a minus from thoughts as well. Strong grasp of reality. What to do? I suppose we could go back and tell her that we found him. That doesn't find Ruby. I don't remember what we were told yesterday, except that she went north. Like, that's all we know.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
Alright, maybe we can ask
Aye, the
about
sea's
someone.
Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
And Joyce, you won't take us anywhere?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
No need. Tell me something.
Of course.
Let's talk some more about this boat that you're
Well,
on.
technically speaking, I'm not on it right now. Good.
No? Because I think that is Land's End. But I can't figure out how to get there. And since the boardwalk won't let us figure out where you're supposed to check, there is the sewer here. Where was the sewer? Not here. Just climb up the ladder. Climb up the ladder. Do it. Just do it.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying,
Listen
"Fell
to the wind."
electrical are and a breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves over you. The cool air breaks across your body. It brings the salt of the sea into your
Critical
lungs.
failure. Oh no.
Go to the children of the big sea.
What the hell was that?
The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were, on the rotting boards of the felled building.
Work with the children of the big sea. New task.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
Did I have a seizure, Kim?
Doesn't look like it to me. Probably not, anyway.
The wind told me to talk to children. Let's roll. I think I need to talk to some kids in the
When
village.
you're ready.
The lieutenant nods. Let's try again.
The once bright mural towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In
Where does it
through
go?
the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What is happening?
She's down there.
Say, I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
We've looked everywhere else.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Point to it. Perhaps we can climb it. Enter through the roof.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
Fair enough.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails. rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the
The
situation.
distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport? You're not ready to do this yet.
Teleportation is not a thing.
The lieutenant stares at you, stone-faced. Come on, Kim, where's your adventurous spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here.
It won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Savoir-faire, formidable. Teleport to the roof. +2, Santiago climbing. Alright. Where do we get more savoir-faire? +1. That's it. Change pants. We only have those pants. Kingdom of Conscience ones, yeah. No, those pants. -1 reaction speed. No, I'd rather have the Kingdom of Conscience. Oversized superstar sunglasses.
The rusty ladder leads to the roof.
42% chance. Teleport to the roof.
On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing.
Why?
Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening.
Don't say the stupid thing.
The lieutenant looks at you with that "I know you're thinking the stupid thing" look as you grow tired of clenching your buttocks and give up.
You're not ready to do this yet. Need 20 more skill points. I know what we can do. We run quickly back home. Also, talk to the children.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Is little Lily your sister? Point to the house.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
The other one says, yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
You're bad with kids.
And what are you? Kid Master General? I am, yes.
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
Bye, kids. Well, that was not what I was gonna do. Oh, something we could do also. And see if he sells any clothes. Now that we have a bit of money, if I hack the save file, because the game wouldn't continue playing the game otherwise.
You keep coming back.
If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay with net worth. Go over.
Browse through the
find-
box.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
+1 composure, -1 shivers.
Gotta
I'm
prepare
just gonna
for
buy all of them.
world reg-
What about
Shine.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over
Perception?
and ask him.
Amphibian sports visor.
40 and
I'll take those ugly
a good
glasses.
starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade,
Those UV stickers are all.
these are all first.
Those shoes were expensive. No, let's not bother with those.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I ran into your husband on the coast.
Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
5 XP! I needed more than that!
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Okay.
Yes? What is it?
Are you with him? Point to the man in... point to the man with sunglasses.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You look cute together. He's an asshole. Horse-faced woman. He's an asshole.
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe we're both assholes.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
You have a blue uniform and mine is black. What does this mean?
It means I'm a patrol officer, sir.
Oh, you're the police, right? Cool. So am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
What are you, the police, doing
I'm
here?
just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses, and you are.
A horse-faced woman. A police woman.
Yes, a policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
She says quietly. Okay, goodbye. Damn it! We need 15 more XP. Alright. What do we have here? But I think we only have the gloves that give interfacing.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It is my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world. What do you mean?
Nothing. You're right. Get in there. Deep. Invade every personal space. Break every lock.
I'm just browsing.
Yes, that's what it is. A quick peek here. A short glance there. It's all quite delectable.
Yeah. Did I break every lock in the game? Is that what he's saying? Alright, let's see here.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Everard's people could be watching you here. No, they couldn't. There's no one here. They can't be here. What are you talking about?
You clearly
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
large prints.
We already
everything
finished
around you.
examining that. And now, while we're here, we can talk to the lady.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
I found your buoy. It was empty, just seawater.
Oh,
Her eyes widen.
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Perhaps the people who are after you took it.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Maybe, I guess. That was 5 XP, now we need more. 10 more? 10 more? Can we get 10 more? I don't think we can get 10 more until before 9 o'clock. I can't think of any get XP right now. The only item that's missing now is the helmet. And Kuno kicked that into the sea. So it would have had to wash up somewhere or something for us to be able to find it. Maybe one of the fishermen fished it up or some shit.
Officer!
Let me get composure. +1 composure. We have to look through all the items. 1 composure.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
There's a lack of magnesium in me.
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already, and the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
I need to stop thinking about this.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again.
What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? 28% composure.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
I understand Jean-Marie meant a lot to you.
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating.
What happened with you, Gaston and Jean-Marie?
I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
The Akira operation was a 7-year campaign, during which suzerain Guillaume's army forcefully united the people in the southeastern part of La Petite Continent, collectively known as the Akira tribes, under the Revacholian banner.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
He looks down at his boots, lips moving, but the words are inaudible.
Those days and memories are gone.
He nods and looks Renee with something resembling compassion. The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eye. That didn't... Oh! 5 more!
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer. How may I head the citizens' militia on this fine day?
Let's talk some more about Jean-Marie.
Sweet, sweet Jenny. Of course, officer.
Nothing there.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
Bookstore still open at 8:30 for some reason.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
About your daughter.
Oh yes, how's my precious doing? She's a good girl.
Annette is quite the trooper. She's a great value add. I already said that.
As a young girl should be. With the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
Okay.
The woman before you scans the store.
It's also possible that one of the days it will float in.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Look closer first.
Faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Him. Look. Bullet holes.
Where?
Point to the chips in the wall. Someone has been shot. We're cops. We should solve it. No. Nothing. Forget about it. We can take a look at the map. Let's do this. Tamar and Butter, we can do that, but that's gone. Cell, Empathy, Heroic. Man with Sunglasses. Esprit de Corps, Formidable. Why is that white? Did we unlock something there when I talked to the girl? God damn it.
Again? I can't
Aha!
believe this shit.
She's with him. Esprit de Corps. Not sure we can get more, actually. No. +1. Terrible. Oh well, we can try again regardless. 72%.
This shit.
There's something strange about this guy. Figure it out.
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Tell me the truth. Do you know me from somewhere?
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where? From another life?
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the...
He pauses.
To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
41st?
Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
Alright.
Okay. The man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
I know, super weird.
There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
I was thinking the same thing. I should just ask him if we're from the same station. I mean, no. Play it cool. Don't waste my time.
Of course, yes. It's preposterous.
Now, let's go and see if we can teleport. We're gonna teleport up to the roof by using flare. Before 9 o'clock. Can't climb down the stairs. What's with the shack with the red chair?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
need to figure out which ones had flare again. Only had one, I don't remember. -1. Yeah, +1 only.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
%58%.
The rusty ladder leads.
Come on!
To the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Okay, well, that's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Don't gloat. Just stand there like a Samaran master.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear...
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside.
Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. No! I'm gonna be pissed if I go back up and that thing doesn't pop up. Go back up. Thank you. Stones fall. It's a long way down. Okay. Very useful. Postcard. Glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Smash it! You should take out your flashlight. This collapse nearly sealed the basement and can barely squeeze. Let's see, what do we want? Visual calculus glasses. Oh, we want +2 logic, -1. Yeah, perception hat sounds good here. Half-glide pants. It'll do. Antiquated office furniture. Last century, maybe. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Push the doors open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
How did you even get there?
After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
He's quite proud of himself.
At least now we know a quick way in and out.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
What just happened? What was that? He peers into the darkness. Old file folders in the cart. Documents silver with mold. Suggestive jacket, series of thick dusty panes of glass. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Oh! Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Revolutionary's hat. +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. Alright. These pots and plates are full of dust and spiderweb.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
You don't have time to look at that. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. The same slit window you saw from the outside.
This have been the killer's hideout. And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary.
Peek out.
The lights of Martinez shine coolly in the clear night.
Could the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide. And Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Kim, I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
He looks to the exit. Well, except for this giant tunnel here. But, I mean, I know your eyes aren't great. Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn than the other. Oh shit, dog! There's something in the air. An unnatural buzzing. Tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound.
it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
Strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Do you think whatever happens will affect our cryptozoologists? Everard knows more than he's told us. Should continue working for him?
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
We know what Joyce knows about the murder, but I may have other things to discuss with her.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
You think whatever happens will affect our cryptozoologists?
You mean Morel? I don't see how cryptozoology and the murder investigation are connected, but the situation in the city will get tense for everyone.
If it gets that tense, the amateur zoologists might not be able to do their job.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
You've got 2 bullets. Oh! Where'd I get the first one? Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. Oh, don't run.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Don't cover them.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Yell through the static. They're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
She turns the dial in her hand.
You're overwhelmed with with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
What's happening to
I'm
me?
using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Fat Angus said you had a pale emitter.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is the concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This is a lot of talking for people who are stuck in some super radio blast.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
But this goddamn pale anyway.
The pale? It's the end of the world.
This is all great. But let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards a torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
That's you're breaking copyright laws.
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Would I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Hello, Martin. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
8, 9, You're looking for a deal on mattress.
Free! FM!
justice!
The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
She's carrying a 2-barrel front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
You're desperate, aren't you?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
You're right. Basha was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your first guess wasn't entirely off.
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up.
Didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for
Like
you.
what? I already told you I didn't do it.
She adjusts her grip on her gun.
With a strong moral compass, she still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say that Lily was a likable person? You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Really? That doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, not that kind of gal.
I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
I can't quite tell. What kind of gun is
A
it?
knocked way 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That Merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the whirling would have heard the shot downstairs.
That's a good point. There's other evidence I want to ask you about.
Yeah, evidence.
Would you say that Lily was a
I
likable
didn't
person?
like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him. Perhaps his way with women.
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
Okay. I have
I'm
other
listening.
questions. Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
Was it half an hour? Yeah, it was. I think. There was half an hour missing. You went out.
Like fuck I did. I was in all the time. I went for a leak. 10-15 minutes max.
Hold on. No one takes a 15-minute leak. Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
He frowns, studying your
the
face.
shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You like Clache a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her? But you wanted to be more than just friends.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
You said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Clausia only said they may have kissed. Someone is lying here.
Wait, Clache said you only
If
kissed.
that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously, just
Then what
She
happened?
rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
no ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Are you a girl like her? Clache said you got very angry when she started seeing Lily. Threatened her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
Despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There are other things I ask
Go
about.
ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops? You're running drugs for the Union. I went through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
She shakes her head slowly.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Yeah, I made him talk.
Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
You had a financial incentive to kill the mayor.
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
That's not what she said. She said, man, it's to get away from all this murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. Lieutenant is unable to articulate his question.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
It turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Wish I had my gun right now. But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
He responds, holding your gaze.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything. Damn it. Destroy that thing already.
He'll kill the merc if it wasn't you.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Clausia didn't want to turn the lamp on. She was afraid of another shot.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
And what did she say?
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Lasha found it weird you came up with a plan so quickly.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She
Oh.
was shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy girls.
That's bad that she'd be so calm. Showerhead. Resourceful.
Yeah. 'cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
'Cause
She was still warm. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'Cause. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. 'C
You think she killed Lely herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you did kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
What do you mean, the Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh, fucking me.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
I know my real name! Fuck yeah, my La Puta Madre agent. You better let me go.
Nah. That I'm not planning to shoot you is the extent of the courtesy I can extend to La Puta Madre at present.
Okay, other questions.
Yeah, other questions.
Destroy the machine.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You're under arrest.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Admitted Madre agent said Tommy betrayed her. Convince her to put the gun down. 28%. What are you doing?
Problem solving.
She mutters.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
28%.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it. I wish I could just let you go, but I have to follow protocol. Maybe I can still talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please, put your hands up. Just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Just fucking go, okay, before I change my mind.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
I did my best.
I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
He points to the back of the cavern. Dark water trails into the distance. There is no way out. There are quite a lot of options of what could have happened. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. Nice. Bunch of money.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Since it was a military rifle, most likely, it might have just been the other guy in the squad who did it. And they were like both in on it or something. Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
I wonder if you can sneak up on her if you go on your own and don't let Kim in, because that part where you open the door there, I think that's what set her off.
See anything?
The lieutenant peeks in over your shoulder. Sift through the magazine.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook?
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
The plain red.
Alright. Calm down.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kinds of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything about La puta madre.
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th.
Great.
First.
M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call?
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
The lieutenant taps on the pin.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Then who do you think killed the merc?
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
But no one heard the shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Something tells you you should be extra careful from now on. You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
What the fuck?
A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Everard's people could be watching you here. Who are you? Wait, was that it?
The plain red.
Yep. Some less yellow pants? What, you don't like my pants? They give me +2 half-light. Makes me an insane beast. Let the body take control. Threaten people. Wolf or high-strung investigators. Shoot now, ask questions later, cops. Surprise haters. I can put on some communist boots. Oh, the kingdom of... What was it? Kingdom of something. Why can't I ask him about... Maybe the shot was taken from here? It's such an obvious place that it might have been taken from. No, it's not. Yeah, you'd have to be some kind of like medieval noble or some shit to wear yellow striped pants. Or a jester. Marzovian socio-economics hat. Kingdom of Conscience hats. Electrochemistry. -1 reaction speed. Yeah, I'm gonna use the Kingdom of Conscience pants. They're absolutely unremarkable. Yep, gimme. Sasha is still awake, so we still have a chance of just going there and arresting the shit out of her. Also, I have a plastic frog cap. What else are we wearing? Gloves. I think I need to forge the document, like, inside my room or something? I don't get it. Don't understand why brown pants are so uncommon nowadays. I honestly think it's less that brown pants are uncommon and more that jeans are common. I mean, I guess you could make brown jeans, but...
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. What you have isn't enough. You'll need more firepower. A ranged weapon. Water streams down your pry bar. Or crowbar. Or pry bar. Call it what you will. It doesn't stand a chance against military-grade weaponry.
I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies
Then
ahead.
you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
How the hell am I gonna get ready? Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'Origine the Disco. Something, something. That's locked? Where's my goddamn gun? She was supposed to have been the one with my gun. If it wasn't her, did Klaasje buy my gun? Like, there aren't a lot of women left as suspects for buying my gun.
Yes?
You aren't ready. I mean... Well, let's just save, I guess. Tim says he's got my back. See if we can go in anyway.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up! Not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Man, I knew I should have gotten the ceramic armor thought done. 3 hours, 30 minutes. Oh well, let's see how this goes.
There's something very wrong with him.
He is dangerous. Shh. The lieutenant raises his left hand.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
DePaul. Okay, so she is a completely different person from who I thought it was going to be.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. Wait, huh? Rude Honkloven. It's me?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
What do we do? We're out of time. This is...
The mercenary tribunal.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
Stop. This is the police. Get between them.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd, losing his balance for a moment. He staggers backward.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
No, he's calming down. I can talk to him.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig, fuck!
The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. Say nothing. Cross your arms. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
No, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract and you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons.
No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Name Ellis Courtnall. He was fostered, had blue eyes. Know about Downwell. Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did?
It was someone else. Someone who's not here now. Point to Titus. To the roof, it was Clashe. Point to the coast, Ruby. Point to yourself, it was me. It was clearly the last guy there. Third guy. It was someone else. Someone who's not here now.
How fucking convenient.
He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me. It's a magic fucking sniper. One more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Think. Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
He doesn't move the weapon.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Liars.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle of his
The
gun.
shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
The man looks at his revolver and...
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Who is that? Point to the man. I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
What was that? Rude?
Rip you open.
The killer?
Gunner. The raddest. The killer.
He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
He kills.
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Think of an argument. Talk about the hanged man. I was trying to get some bonus here. But I'm a little bit afraid of continuing to click these. Like, you're all drunk, look at yourselves. I think we're gonna have to roll the dice here. 72% is not great. But it's okay. Think of an argument.
Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Crano would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Just a question. Who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel?
I am a Grinnell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
So you are the highest ranking of the three of you.
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
You literally just have a pistol. He raps on his armored barrel like a chest.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
Hold on. What's the highest rank in Crenel? Does that matter? Hold on. What's the highest rank in Crenel? Alright, fine.
King Reaper.
He says without irony. As the leader of this group, consider your action. This does not need to end in bloodshed.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
He pauses and smiles.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Talk about Hanged Man.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
I knew you weren't a goddamn scab leader.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time.
Who are you, a major?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortenier, reporting in to burn this fucking mad hut to the ground!
He points at the whirling in rags. What was that? His voice actor felt like a different person.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
Courtenay. I know that name. He sways from left to right, inspecting me. Raoul and Ellis Courtenay. Look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the phone.
And then went to the same military academy. The same unit. Same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
He looks around and wipes his face with his armored glove.
Okay, good.
His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Who? Laylee?
Yes, when he was small. Just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
He waves at the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Listen, you're Lily. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker. No, nobody says good things about him. But Natal 41, that really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
He points to him.
In your ship, I'm ready to
Indecipherable mumbling.
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laylee knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed Bill and Kipty the Kipt here
He points to Titus and Eugene.
Fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
He points at you.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your brother?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
He stares at you, eyes pink from the alcohol, fingers tapping the pistol.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Where is Klashe? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
The lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenary.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
It's a hollow laughter. Wild Pines is not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people. The man stares at you, with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. We're working together. She knew you're out of control. She told me. We don't have anything else to say other than just stand there.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you, Silos. Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
Titus shouts to his men in the
The
background.
company bitch is gone. Laylee's cunt is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
He looks around, tired suddenly. Sad even.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon, one by one. No, the rest will stay. They will hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
Why did I not find my lost gun? Just stand there.
What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Me and Kim are gonna fucking murder you. Kill me and you'll never find out who killed your colonel. I've been withholding information.
Rude. Kill him.
The man looks to his left.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7 built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Reaction speed 12. Dodge the shot. Kim, where is Kim? Blink, think. All we can do is trying to roll double stick there.
The shot rings and you stop. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force.
Good thing we healed.
A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
We can't heal more? What?
God, please.
The lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots from you, and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
You see 2 cold eyes looking at you. Through all the smoke and the panic, and a pistol, raised, aiming at your chest point blank. Then, the man squeezes the trigger. Look him in the eye. A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil. And the end.
Here it comes. Death.
Evade the shot.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle.
Touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
Try to open your eyes. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. No one wants to do anything with me. No one wants to party with me. Gun down in the line of duty. It's okay. Kim, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there. Gun down in the line of duty. It's okay.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
The lieutenant pushes down on your wound, hard.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him.
A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Authority. No! Kim!
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion.
You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure too is gone, and so is Kim, and the whole world. All into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight!
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his own sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Canano.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
I'm not sure if we're dead or what, or what's gonna happen. Like, is the game just gonna start over from the beginning? Or is this just where it ends?
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with a fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
What happened?
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The Major gave the command.
What happened then?
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it, I shot and wounded him. While Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital. Yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead?
Yes.
Not.
You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Colonel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
And that's...
all.
Total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Is it war
The
today?
gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
Hey Gibbs. We just had the big confrontation and it went to shit. It was weird though. I succeeded on all the rolls and still like everyone died. I thought we would be able to convince them of something, but I guess the game thought we didn't have enough.
I think we may have held it off for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
How bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Has anyone from my station been to see me? Ya bully Yaskamore? No. But it's rather just... If your way of joking is to always be annoying, then you're not joking, just annoying. Don't be surprised when people are annoyed. Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Really?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Okay.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
No, they would be here if they were truly worried.
Better not agitate yourself further, it already hurts. If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Okay, get up.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes. An orange hue of pain.
How are you?
I'm very bad, Kim. Things are very bad. I feel fantastic. Let's rock.
He nods.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad.
He looks out the window.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
Yeah, I'm still convinced it was the third guy.
Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Goddamn footprints.
Yes, God curse the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There was that hidden bunker under the boardwalk. Revolutionary. There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
Hidden bunker under the boardwalk. But no one had been there.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
We could check Mrs. Katarina Alish's room.
Why not?
There's. He extinguishes the cigarette at the sole of his boot.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Alright. Nice. Hello, Kim's room. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. Medicinal supplies on the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
I'm such a burden. I should just fuck off. I thought I was dead for a moment.
Back there on the plaza? I think you very nearly had a heart attack. Alcoholism has damaged you more than bullets have. We should go.
Alright, dude. We have one skill point. Oh, my window is fixed. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. The Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. Alright. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run. Okay. Okay. Looks like she just left something on the table. Yeah, but... What? Oh, there.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting. just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. Since she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Did she leave a drugs?
The medicine cabinet is empty. Not even a toothbrush. Pity.
She really cleaned this up.
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Uh-huh. No, don't run. Have to walk. Red thread, made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. The thread is tied to the antenna. What does that mean? Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Discard chance.
You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a Maybell. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
Dried Maybells.
6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
What is this, Kim?
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybells or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
I'll be right back.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Does this flower blossom in early spring?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
Who pinned them? Which side?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Is it a coincidence, it being on the roof?
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Very well. Put the flower back in your
petals
pocket.
feel dry and fragile in your hand. Water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none.
Blow on your fingers.
Inland, above the Martinez distributary, the channel that brought wastewater from the silk mills of Gemro, and then dead bodies during the war. The wrinkled fingers of an old man crush flower petals, then sprinkle them in the stream like white salt.
I'm still a bit annoyed by how that went down. Like the map is so dog shit. Like I understand what they were going for. You know, it's like an outdated map of Martinez, and it's just like a drawn up map. This is the map that you get, more or less the map that you get store or in the bookstore, where it's like an outdated map drawn up by the people who were trying to turn Martinez into a tourist attraction. So that's the idea. But we were trying to figure out where this shot came from here. One was over here from the radio tower. One was from this island. And one was from the boardwalk. But it wouldn't let you check from the boardwalk. Like, I went all over the boardwalk, like 5 times. I even went up on that roof that I assumed it was gonna be from. But I still couldn't, like, check. Was it from here or anywhere? Because you don't know. Like, see, this is the thing with markers. Like, I understand not liking markers, because they trivialize everything. But without markers, you need to have it be, like, doable. Otherwise, it's just retarded. Because there's nothing that tells me, like, the boardwalk. Okay, from the boardwalk. The boardwalk is gigantic. And there's nothing to click. It's just, like, randomly standing somewhere and hoping that it triggers something. I ran across the entire railing. Nothing. All I found was, like, over here somewhere. Or whatever. There was one point where I could check, and it was like, no, it couldn't have been here. There are some trees here. But that wasn't even where I was supposed to check. It didn't check it off here. Like, oh, now it did. Oh, okay. So did that when we looked at the place where they got executed, was that what checked it off? Why? Why would that? Like, what do you mean bullet traces? Like, at most we'd find some residue or like a casing or something. I don't understand. I guess we found it. Check the island. I haven't found a way to. I also didn't really like the options we had when we were talking to the mercenaries. Because I felt like we knew a lot more than they allowed us.
You see the same 2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
Can't get to the island. Maybe you can. I don't know, maybe it like unlocks or something. Because I wanted to go there. And I tried talking to Joyce, and I tried talking to the Fisher lady, but I couldn't ask any of them about getting a ride there or something like that. Which seems like the obvious way to get there. Like, but I guess not.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds
A
instantly.
ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
Wow, your place I couldn't go.
The island in the bay.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
He stops mid-sentence.
What difference does it make?
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the island?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
There are ruins on that isle. A sunken sea fort. I saw her through the coin-operated view.
I remember.
He looks out the window and onto the bay. This is also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to the island.
The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water. He sees danger. Another trap, perhaps. He must be cautious for a reason. This man has decades of experience.
You're not afraid, are you?
No, I just don't want to walk into another embarrassment. I am a creature of pride, you see. I'm afraid of becoming a joke.
It's not something he's proud of, but that's the way it is.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, I'm in.
It takes a second to gather him.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Wow! Lillian the net picker, she has to turn in her boat. I know. So, I guess that's the reason why we couldn't ask her. She was tarring her boat, so she couldn't actually take us there. Pose?
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
That's the only reason I'll forgive it. Because otherwise, in games like this, when you're supposed to like figure things out, not being able to do the thing that's correct, like just artificially blocked off, is the worst thing. So you're just like, oh, okay, I failed because the game made me or something, you know.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
Doing nothing?
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. I just felt I needed to specify that.
Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Are Lena and Morel still in town?
Ah, them. Nice people. But no, Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started. I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside too.
Okay, yes, that was for the best.
Yes, you know, and I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Okay, so I have to mention when it happened. You were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
Alright, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
I saw a thing
Another
at the whirling.
Great. I love those.
Flashe, she nicked the phone line. We already said that.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man clenches his fists.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh? What?
He looks up, his eyes full of confusion, as if he'd just woken from a...
He's very, very drunk.
Our condolences for your losses.
He says with a little nod, but the remaining Hardy boys don't seem to register it. Is he okay? Point to
Does
Elaine.
he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
Yeah, I suppose that was a dumb.
No shit, Marlon.
Any idea what happened to Cloche?
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
The man shakes his head.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
Alright, see you later, Kips.
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh, yeah. He said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
Take care,
yeah,
guys.
you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
So why do you call me the cowardly cop?
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
No,
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
Alright. Do you have anything to say? It's all about the money, you know. What? What? Bonjour, je serai de retour et de tout. Hate French.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull will finally find the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Finger?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Or not.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face.
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where is René?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it. But he's really gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
What? Was he killed during the mercenary tribunal?
Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case.
How did he die exactly?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight? Doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
The irony isn't lost on me. I wanted to ask about something.
I'm glad to assist you if I can, officer.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
I offer my sincere condolences.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, part of life really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you must need something.
Too bad René is gone. I was hoping to ask him about Mabel's. Hold out the flower.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Why didn't he like them?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the Bells of Revolution.
A sad smile passes his face.
I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Bye for now. Cindy! Cindy, where are you? I wonder what would have happened if we, for example, just went to bed that night. Because Kim would have gone back there.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
It's one of the residents on a vacation. Their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
Oh, no.
Oh, rah, 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 rah. Okay. Things going on in here, it seems. Who's that? Moss crawls on those bathroom tiles. Actual moss. They didn't translate what it said on the ground, did it? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Maybe she's in her apartment. Open the door! Cindy here. Okay, so... You don't want me... teleporting, right? Something could have changed. Yeah, I'm gonna snuff you up. What did it say?
The graffito has been painted over the... This was Cindy the Skull. The
Looks like it, yes.
What does it say? I don't speak French.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
We've been attacked. Repeat. Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi and... I don't know.
In the cabin, you see...
He already reported that.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I've been better.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
I'm still looking around. Loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
Seems a little
Is
apprehensive.
it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Whatever. Fuck you, sea lion. Nobody cares about you. There's really not much to do other than ask her about the boat. There. See, if I can't forge it here, then on the island is like the only place I can imagine. Because we couldn't forge it underneath a collapsed building tunnel. So
On the table, you see a bowl of water. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period. The youth center.
oh, did I have to do that before? This is so weird. Where the hell could I even have... Unless this is where I was supposed to do it. I can't think of anywhere. Logically, we could have done that. Except the places we already tried. It didn't work.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
I also got shot in the chest. Point to your
That's
chest.
nothing to brag about, officer.
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood. It's nothing.
Nothing. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
I need to get to that island. Point to it.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binocular.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
The twins are retarded. Like, the girl is 10 times smarter and she's the younger one. 2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial
I'm
infection.
sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here.
Oh!
We had to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasted your bacterial infection like that.
Can I borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. I'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
He's seeing you. Could disinfect it with that. That's what I was thinking, but I guess not.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the you press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Keep the porter reel at a harmless distance.
Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Nothing to do with this right now.
Cool.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids. You've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yeah, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island.
No.
The boy answers, shaking his head vehemently.
Yes.
Brother looks at him, then at you. Why is he the fire guy?
Because
The boy pauses to think.
he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
A suspicious request made out of fear.
You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They say almost in unison. How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence. Okay. Now we can quick travel for something. Trying to think if there's something. Like, there's the door there. But otherwise... Like, if Ruby didn't buy the gun... then it must have been Cloche. No, it didn't have to be Cloche. It could have just been Evrart that had the gun. The entire time. And Elizabeth bought the gun for him. And that's just it. They just... That's it for that. Wait, where the fuck is Kim? He just disappeared because I clicked the door.
Damn cool, Abigail.
Man, you're like...
The legend! He's back. And thirsty.
Now I can't quick travel. What determines if you can fucking quick travel? It's just standing here. Where's Kim? What the fuck? Is he just chilling here? He's not there either! Oh, is the game gonna glitch out here? You better not. Wait, his car is gone too. What the fuck is going on? What? All I ask is that the games work.
The graffito has been... This? The lieutenant...
Looks like it. And blood.
Heavy fuel. You could, but...
Officer, actually, never mind. The prick is gone. Hell. Oh, he would have liked his hand.
Did he feel...
Yes, sometimes I thought... I'm glad to. I ripped the only... and she never lost sight of...
Yes.
It is what it is. I just don't know anymore. About René, wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. There were many reasons. I guess in the end, the insul...
I got 5 XP here last
Maybe
time.
it's time to slow down. And yes? What about René?
Yeah.
It is what it is. I just don't know anymore.
Okay. Is this the game with permadeaths? I don't know. Is it? I haven't died yet, so I don't think so. You've got save games, so I don't see why it would have. Mori told me that it had, or that hardcore was permanent, so I don't know. Maybe it was like that before the director's cut, but I'm playing it on hardcore right now, and it does
Officer,
not seem permanent.
What happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed.
Look at you. You can barely walk. Doesn't look... What happened?
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem.
The reason I'm
It's
just clicking through
Wednesday and the
everything is
tide just
because
dried.
I just had to load because
We've got
the
2
game glitched
days
out.
of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island?
Hasn't been there herself.
My husband...
There yourself?
The kids, the twins.
Can we...
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking.
Anything I should know about getting there? Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise...
Of course, ma'am. It's...
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just...
Yeah, it is nice. It's just... After I've played it for a while, and I like start getting into it again, there's like some major glitch that like ruins it. It's yeah. It's not very buggy, but the bugs that happen are like massive. Like just now, my partner Kim, he just disappeared. And his car disappeared as well. All I did was I went into my room here. And he just like despawned. So I had to load just to get him back. And before that, you had to pay 20 real, which is the money, to sleep at the place where you can sleep. And you have to do that for him to go to bed. And you have to do that to progress to the next day. But I couldn't get enough money. And there was no way of getting more money. And I had gotten all the money that I could possibly get without like breaking like RP the way I was RPing my character and shit. Or like just doing quests that I didn't mean to do because it was like corruption and shit, stuff like that. So there was like no way to do it. I had to just hack my save game and give myself more money. There was like a massive thread on the forum as well, but they didn't patch it for the director's cut. It's still still stupid. And then I also had to replay like 2 hours. So yeah, that would...
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
On that island, that's...
So I'm just gonna click through this.
Bullet shells. There are a lot. They must mean a human.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to... yes.
A suspicious request.
Mention something about lights.
Yes.
Can you tell me something more?
Anything else?
I don't know.
Okay.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Yeah, that part where I couldn't go to bed and like the game was just soft locked. That really pissed me off. But otherwise, I like the game. I thought I wasn't going to, because the developers are seemingly like hardcore communist SJWs, but it's actually really balanced, I think, and the choices. Like they have all the extremes to choose from, and you can be neutral. It doesn't just tell you like, oh, this is the correct option, you have to take this or you're like a bad person. Whatever. Yeah, they matter a lot. They matter a lot more than they do in other games. Because this game is a point-and-click adventure game. Like, it looks like it's some kind of CRPG or something, but it's not. It's literally just a point-and-click. Like, Sam & Max or something, but much more elaborate. Because you have skills that you use to do things, and, you know, you level up your character. You can research thoughts that they give you bonuses, and they also like change your character. So here I researched one called regular law official that also makes me into like a normal cop. And sometimes it matters. Like here I researched advanced race theory. And this gave me some fun options in certain dialogues. That was kind of funny. And the advanced race theory also helped me get over my raging alcoholism. So that was nice. My race mentor. My race mentor, John Luke, told me that. He told me that my race, as ham sandwiches as he calls them, because we're pink and disgusting. He said that we didn't have what it took to get rid of our dependence on alcoholism. And I was like, no, I can do it. And he just kept telling me that I couldn't.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
I just assumed that my race mentor, Jean-Luc, was using reverse psychology to get me to be a better person. And that's what I did. And that's what we're doing. I researched Wasteland of Reality, which we got from him, which basically is confronting the wasteland of reality without drugs or alcohol to help you. And so far it's pretty good. Being sober is good.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
There's nothing else I can do. I could try to get my gun, but I don't think I can get my gun anymore. So, fuck it.
Have you made all the necessary preparations?
How many hours are you in?
Your accounts?
I'm not sure. 2025 or something.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Get in and ride to the island. I think we're very close to the end. Don't do that. I'm not synced to the boat. Pink Panther. Honestly, I've seen some people call this a CRPG, you know, Baldur's Gate, Pillars of Eternity, etc. I would not classify this game in that genre at all. I would say just straight up point and click adventure. And this is definitely the best game I've played in the genre, by far. I mean, it does. Some of them have definitely better comedy than it does, but this isn't really a comedy game. First, even though you can kind of play it that way, like you can spec your character to have like funky stuff going on. There's one stat called savoir-faire, and that's literally just being like a sway cop with flair. I used savoir-faire to teleport up to a building, but literally all I actually did was just close my eyes and climb the the ladder. Where's the game set? It's a fictional world. It seems like modern-ish age. Maybe like the 90s. But it also has like some super science and some like mystical stuff going on. But there's not much of that in the game. I don't know if this scene was very interesting, to be honest. See, this here, I kind of wonder if you can go into that little bunker down there in the left. Because it has a really high check for opening the door, and you can only attempt it once, and it's like super difficult. But it has a chain that goes here to this island that's meant for transporting things here. So I kind of wonder if you can get here earlier in. But I don't think so. But I kind of wonder.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Yeah, it does have a pretty unique vibe. I like it. Somehow I get kind of the same vibes as I did in Torment, Tides of Numenera, but not really. Like, that game is an actual CRPG, even though it also has barely any battles. I fought like 10 battles in the entire game. And some of them weren't even really battles. It was just using the battle system. But they're both like weird worlds. I don't know. You don't really get what's going on. You just have to go with it. All I know is that there's a bunch of commies and something I don't even remember anymore. There were some commies and some stuff. The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Climb up. Level up! I really wanted to research this Fairweather T500. Because that's the armor that the bad guys were wearing. And I think that if you have this researched, you kind of know how to deal with them when the fight starts. But I also didn't have my gun, so I don't think it would have. But we have 2 skill points now. We could research something. What do we have? The Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. Revacholian Nationhood. Guillaume Le Million. He's an action movie star. Indirect modes of taxation. The Jamrock Shuffle. By now it's clear. You like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets? Maybe more juicy containers. Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets, secret containers left by the Philippian kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but one day. Wait, is that why you're so hellbent on opening containers? You think you'll find the Holy Scepter and the Orb de Montagne? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think. The Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. These all do like different things, so you can't really tell what it's gonna do. So you have to just like pick them based on theme, or like if it's a political ideology that you want to like internalize, such as advanced race theory. But we also have Revacholian nationhood, which is nationalism. Problem. They've fucked this place. Revachol is in ruins. The Koikos and the Kipts and the armatures with their desert pygmy magic spinning tops, they've fucked it. Orangese liberals and Vespertine moneylenders too. They're all socialists, especially the women and the Kipts. You have only a vague idea what this means, but it's clear that a good, strong state must be erected upon the ruin, if any of us are to have a future. The shadowy outlines of the state start forming every time you close your eyes. Haggard nationalist, -1 composure. I kinda wanna become a nationalist, but it takes 9 hours. Okay, let's become a nationalist. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
Do you think it was used for?
Bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Did we finish looking
It's
through
the
this?
letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Yeah, I'm wearing a frog, a plastic frog hat. Slide the hidden
Without
drawer opening.
resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Fucking kill yourself, you asshole.
You
Up the card
stare at
again.
the card.
Eh.
Your hand shakes. You're flushed with adrenaline.
Browse the case
Arson,
files again.
petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files. Commit to paper. These are your last couple of months in Revachol, Precinct 41, Jamrock Quarter. You don't exactly close them.
Read a case
It
file.
takes about half
Whoa.
an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised, which will
Ah,
not much is
I don't feel like it. I think we should probably have read those before. Because the idea is that the character forgot everything about himself even in the beginning. We kind of have to piece things together. Reading those might have been handy. It's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Attention! Inflammable. I kind of want to replay the game just to see like how different you can play it. But I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do that. This barrel says ICM. See a star with little specks in. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. Alright. You recognize this little birch from the coin-operated viewer. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Alright. Because I think especially that gunfight can probably end very, very differently. Like if you bring Ruby back, or if you somehow manage to get here, or if you actually arrest Bajé, if you actually find your gun, if you research the weakness in the ceramic armor, like there's a lot.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
No reason.
Force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. Fine.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees close to your
chest. The blanket
chest.
feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
We sleeping. Call that just an hour? Him. The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Door is still closed. Feels strange somehow. Can't get in. This is not where we came in. Go down to the chain. There's something there. Chain? What are you talking about? Over by the entrance? The one I talked about earlier? Good question. Go down to the chain. Yeah, the chain, dude. Go to the chain. there. Walk into the water. Now. Excuse me? You see her footprints on the water. The hell? Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off.
Hey! Something is off. Where are you going? What's in the bag? Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown. Okay, can... Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence, glances to her right, then looks at her bag.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Is the character schizophrenic? No. But he is someone who has heavily abused drugs and alcohol. And he also had some kind of episode due to some sort of emotional trauma that made him forget everything. Hey.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm dying in a ruined flag tower. Blood is dripping down my chest.
God, Harry.
She shakes her head, her eyebrows knitting together with...
You have to take care of yourself. You're not a young man anymore. If you keep going like this, you'll...
She falls silent.
Desperation is gearing up.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Cool.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder, silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Conceptualization challenging failure. You don't have time to tend to my emotions. She sighs and looks over her shoulder. One more massive epic showdown. I don't want to say this. It's cringe. Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown. Fine.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really.
She looks at you. Plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone even deeper, to a place where I never met you. Because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure. Or
I'm
whatever.
glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
Say nothing, just look at her.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
On the second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Inslinde, and nothing else. Point to your head. The morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. On second thought, you are Dolores Day,
Yes,
okay?
Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not, but...
She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
So yeah, I guess we're a little bit schizophrenic because we have all these emotions talking to us all the time. I'm not getting over it at all.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
She smiles and wipes her brow in relief. What? What does that mean? You bitch! Okay then. Super okay. I still have other things I need to know. So you felt that way once? That you cannot live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Ouch. Doesn't have to be like this. You could try again?
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better.
I don't know. Please.
She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why? Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
No, I'm not! Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane? How?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
War criminal! What do you mean by insane?
You know what I mean.
Yes, I may know what you mean. Everyone gets a little down. Now I'm gonna go with, I may know what you mean.
No, you don't. You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you, questions.
They're not lists, they're trees. I don't have lists. Let's talk about something
See?
else.
Let's talk about something else.
Yes, but it's not possible to talk without lists. Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask. But I like my list.
It's not just the lists. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. You only communicated with encyclopedic trivia. I was so alone. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
But you said I have a vast soul, and you will always come back to
We
it.
both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten. Kept it in my
As
paperwork.
Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her
You
eye.
need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a pause bitterly. Trip down memory lane. Start reciting.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Take out the letter and read. Every morning, when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in it. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows, until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something, bow collector. I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always come back.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses. No, I'm not happy.
Then why are you doing this?
There's more. Kisses, kisses,
Very well.
kisses.
I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
Voyager Road. I know that place. Where is it?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
The house.
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
No, that's not it. It's super easy to quit drinking, and it has no effect on human relations. Were we drinking?
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a queen regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
See? If you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her, you could have sex on alcohol.
Oh. What now? What happens now? Yeah, electrochemistry is basically your libido. He always says shit like that. What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I know you still love me. Kiss her. 58%. Oh. Are you waddling closer? Yeah, boy!
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
But I succeeded! But you're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours, trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there.
I don't have the expression anymore.
Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's it
no,
then.
Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach. Smiles.
I'm pregnant.
Fine.
Of course not.
What? She looks down at her belly, then up into your old
I
eyes.
terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
Wow, rude.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Her fingers wrap around the bang handle.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Okay, he didn't say that. He said, "You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you to not let her go." But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me, asked me to be this way. Okay, I understand. Nod silently, like a martyr.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other
I
again?
won't see you, but you will see me.
Can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice 1-hour nap.
You're up, Quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve the fucking case. Actually, it was total annihilation. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds.
Actually, it was total annihilation.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
No, an ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Just spit out the blood and get back to work.
Okay.
Badass like that. He replied, simply.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Oh, okay. That was a long dream. But we gotta stop there. It's past midnight, and we got an art stream tomorrow at noon. GMT +1. And and then we'll see if the game ends tomorrow. I kind of think it's probably gonna, but we'll see. Euro time? Yeah, Euro time. So it's like 5 a.m. Central Time or something. But yeah, thanks for hanging, and have a good night. Bye bye.